Hiya. Last stream ended abruptly because of crashes. That was fun. That was big time fun. Wasn't really. But since then, I have done a little bit more Bosnia, as you can tell by my resistance rank up there. Done a little bit of leveling for like Paladin, but honestly, not much. I've not really done anything. And I did one castrum, so I nearly have enough stuff to make it so that I can start doing Delibram again. But before I start doing more Delibram runs, I want to unlock the final stage of the Bosnian Relic, which in order to do that, I need to unlock the final area in Zadnor. Because I've not really been focusing too hard on getting the stuff for Zadnor yet. So I've nearly got enough compact axles, but it's not much. Yeah, let's talk to Dimitar. Lost Impetus, lost Bubble, lost Protect 2, and lost Shell 2. I see you've not resting on your laurels since last we met. We've secured a new outpost and a barrier was erected over the site not long ago. If you'd follow me, I'll show you to our newest encampment. We've drawn perilously close to the Dalriada now, so be on your guard. Okay. This might not be the last encampment. I know that this isn't going to give me access to the Dalriada, at least I don't think. I imagine that I'm going to have to do it. I might even have to get up to rank 25, which I believe is the max. Which doesn't sound like a lot, given that I'm at 22, but those last few levels are like exponentially harder to reach, I think. I think I need like a total of 25 million metal, which is basically double what I'm at now. But then I have no more use for metal other than trading it in to buy stuff. Hello. I mean, since I'm going past, I'm not going to be able to kill them because I've only got a minute. But I can at least get some metal. I haven't used any lost actions. But one of the reasons I do want to unlock the third zone is that the fates in there have the highest like metal drop. I mean, I also need to farm there both fates and critical engagements anyway, but yeah. Two birds with one stone. I mean, I've managed to take him down a quarter of his health in just over a minute. For 150,000 metal. That could be worse. I do really need to make more progress through Endwalker, because I don't think I'm going to be able to avoid Warrior getting up to 100 if I keep doing boss yet. And as much as I could change to like Dark Knight instead, I don't know if I'm good enough at Dark Knight to avoid dying. Whereas Warrior, I've kind of got a couple of oh shit buttons with Equilibrium and Raw Intuition. We are but a stone's throw from the Dalriada, much to the dismay of the 4th Legion, I'd assume. That their plans yet remain a mystery concerning, but Master Garland's confident in his countermeasures for any aerial assaults they may be plotting. Victory's nearly at hand. I can feel it. There's no telling what manner of Magitech weaponry the 4th Legion will employ in their desperation, but I have faith we'll prevail in the end. So now I need to get up to level 23, or resistance rank 23 before I can do anything else. That's fine. I am taking a lot of damage. From that thing. Okay, good. Now he's fucked off. I think Bubble increases your max health. So I don't think there's anything else that's going to stop me from getting that last Ethernet. So I'm going to try for that. Which will also give me an excuse to expose the map. I love the fact that there's just goats here. I guess they're waiting for fates to spawn. There we go, last Ethernet location, I assume. I mean, I may as well finish getting the rest of the map whilst I'm here. Awesome, so yeah, now I have access to the entire map. That'll be useful because off stream I can farm some shit out. Very nice, that's probably all the boss you will do today. Probably. So let me get rid of the There we go. Where do I actually need to go? Because yeah, my stream crashed whilst I was part way through a quest. Oh, I fell over. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. And I do also still need to keep an eye out for ether currents. You have a moment, adventurer. One of my colleagues has gone missing. She said she was going to Kadai's footsteps to get a bit of exercise. She hasn't come back. I'd go search for her, but it's almost time for a shift change, and I can't very well leave the kiln to operate itself. Could you find her and fetch her for me? You're too kind. She should be in Kadia's footsteps. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. She was out the last time you were by, and she was devastated when she missed out on a chance to meet the adventurer aiding the student of Valdesio. Since I'm here, can I grab this little bit of the map? Also, I should change into something a little less comfortable that I need to level. Oh, you get a really good view of the tower from here, huh? And it's not foggy, so I might actually get to see what, was it Razat Han? Looks like. This feels so small. Sorry, so small. So slow. I think you need me to go. Like, yeah. This takes me there anyway. Or maybe not. No, I don't think it does. Ah, it's fine. Good music. I like it. Forget where we got to with talking to people. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should it be but young Vashorn, on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty. We're honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we've enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle. No place for children. Your predecessor, too, often travelled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? Wonder how the fellow's faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may be now, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering. But still, I worry for you. We'd be overcome with sadness if anything were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabdeen. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish, by the look of her. Permit me to introduce Afterbun of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We'd be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Vashon the latest report, and answer any questions he may have. That is one of the tombstone armor sets that they're wearing. Ah, I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telephoroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, and they've declared war on the whole world, but why are they doing this? What is it they want? This we don't understand. They want to die? And take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them back with everything we have, like our Eorzea and Far Eastern brothers. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they've come in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls from outside aid to be answered. Unfortunately not. I'm the best you've got. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narunair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique, and our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Razat Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the Diarth? Diarth? How the fuck? The dearth? Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been graceful for your account. But come, you'd best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. But worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamza, you'll arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Oh. Do I have to use the Hamza? I could use my own mount, but maybe this one is slightly faster. I don't know. Now, you know what? We'll play. Do a little bit of Picto or Viper. They will be quicker at dealing with enemies. Mainly. No sooner do you arrive than the Hamza dashes off. Okay, yeah, that Hamza may have been quicker. So that's Razet Han. Oh, with like elephant stuff. I suppose that makes sense. Oh, I can't just drop down, but this ledge gets in the way of where I need to go for the quest. Okay. That's annoying. It's fine. Aye, this is indeed the Giant Skull grounds, and I'm Zenuya. Zenua? Zenua? Zenuha? Zenuha. Is there something you require? Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say? But of course, they shall have it. And they labour tirelessly to deal with the tower. It is the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are, a sack of the purest giant skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. I mean, I could just teleport. But if I do this quest, then it's done. God, I miss mount speed. As you can tell from the fact that my emerald totems have gone up, I still haven't gotten the mount. – 55 kills. 55. And I've not even started the ruby and diamond mount farm yet. But those are the last 3 things that I have for Shadowbringers Extremes. So then I will have Is it the mechanical dragon mount? Hello. Huh? What do you mean? I need to get back to work? Oh, have I really been out that long? I should really go. I was hoping to get a better look at the stage before I left. I'm sure you're busy, but could you assist me for a moment? Thank you. I'll inspect the walls, so could you make sure the stage is in order? The cloth wavers exquisitely in the wind. No problems here. I realised that my volume that I'm hearing wasn't maxed out. There's a small hole! Oh no! Some of the paint's worn off. However will we cope? Any problems? The floor and the paint. I'll have to fix them the next time I come by. Thank you for checking. You know, it seems odd I've never met you until now. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer sent by the students of Baldessian, would you? You are! And here I was delegating you menial tasks. If I had known, I've always admired travellers like you see. I was studying to be a dancer under Mistress Nashmira at one time, and I wanted to see the realm as I travelled for performances. Maybe I still can. Not as a dancer, of course, but as an alchemist. Oh, but we should hurry back to the great work. Don't want to cause any more trouble than I already have. Yalamuk. There you are. Did you help my colleague with her stage inspection while you were out? It's greatly appreciated. She really looks up to your kind, you know? She lost her chance to become a dancer due to an unfortunate injury. Now she's working to heal the sick and injured as an alchemist. She was so happy to meet you, as am I. Here, a token of our thanks. Cool, so I've got probably 2 more side quest ones and 3 exploration. Ah, welcome back. Dare I hope you have the giant skull. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype. One that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it's ready, it will be time for the true test. So please, take your ease while you can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Hey boy.
I have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught. the peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner. Children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
Damn, Thancred.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
And Daniel. Back at it again with being a creepy fuck.
What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Do you have a dock right here? Why are we having to go to the hatchery? Like, literally, you have a boat right there, and we're on the, what, west coast? It would be very easy to just... Whoop. So I still need to do the branch of the quest line in Charlian. But I imagine that once we've done that branch, we'll be going into the tower as a dungeon? Probably? It'll either be a dungeon or a trial, but it feels way too early for it to be a trial. This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now.
Oh, so that reaction's normal?
It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Well, we've not stopped.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps. me to the sisters. We made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
What's gonna go wrong?
What?
Yep, there it is.
Ah!
I mean, this looks suspiciously like the Void Ark.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking.
Similarity?
My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old? Yeet.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am.
Okay.
How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded.
Then who are you?
I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
You could say that.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Don't tell me you're fucking Xande.
At
Oh!
your service.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
Yeah, just a lovely little
No
prank.
more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
I would have expected him to have had a deeper, more gravelly
that
voice.
the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself.
So that explains the
See what lies ahead.
Amon that we kill in the circus tower.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
Where'd he go? He done fucked off.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires. Oh, no. but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
We can't pull them out. Could we cut them out? Or is there like a control panel where we can release everyone? You are returned. Fuck me. I'm suddenly sleepy. I think it's the lights. The lights do not help. But where's Mistress Nidana? Manusia, preserve. Just when we'd succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please, return to the great work. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidana and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation. Nidana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a meeting, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidana's trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidana proved at peril to herself. So, let us make more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye. As alchemists, this is how we'll help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Yorzian visitor, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidana noted your vital contribution to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Razat Han for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honoured, of course. Close cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please, come to the gates east of the Giant's Hall grounds, and I'll show you into the city. How's best to get there? I mean, it is saying that I need to be down and look at it, but okay, good. No. That took a minute. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you've been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Alright. But we get to have a look at what Razat Han looks like.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun.
That's the kind of camera they use for showing the dungeon.
The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are. Megadota.
Mega water?
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid.
The satrap.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzatan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
But Nidana, she was taken.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
He's a dragon.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you
Or
prefer.
behind those curtains is the dragon.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard Sorma's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Ah. The youngest.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzatan had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzatan.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end.
That a
I
point?
would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razathan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my win.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bear his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Razathan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me.
Me!
Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told.
You are well informed.
'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
The longest.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Razathan, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
debt.
So we've now met 4 of the Great Worms. And I think Bahamut was one as well, so that's 5. Because there's... Oh, and then Ratatotskir. Because we know Racevolga, Needhog, Tiamat. Whatever that guy's name was that I've already forgotten. the not satrap. And then Bahamut. So there's one that we don't know about, right? That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here before departing. Unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. Okay, and I can't go into the city. But also, there's not a great deal that I can do, so we'll head to Old Sharlayan. The hunt for specimen. Is this for unlocking the hunt? Do my eyes deceive me, or are you after one? That's me. Well, as I live and breathe, it is you. I knew I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship's top hunter now, eh? Wait, you have heard of guild ship hunts, yeah? They're not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Eorzea, as I understand it. I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventure of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, you wouldn't. Pray, speak with Northota at the Peristyle to register your interest at your earliest convenience. I am Northota. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? By the Skullet, you're after? I was half convinced I'd set the others an impossible task, asking them to find you. The Gleaner's Guild ship has begun posting bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals will take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair polis are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand against the more fearsome specimen. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You needn't work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer are as fine as any you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative, so you may find it somewhat eccentric. But it's as good as Gil here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. They probably won't have heard of half the creatures they send you after. You probably won't have heard of half the creatures they send you after. I find it's best not to worry about that overmuch. Slay beasts, collect samples. Try not to think about the long-term effects of touching said samples, and get paid. Simple? No? That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let's have you start off with some junior marks so that you can get your feet wet. Okay, so I need to do more hunts. But it is sacks of nuts. But those give like 200k each? Damn. Wait. I can just straight up get wings? Okay. I kind of want that. I also happen to have exactly enough. Okay, so this is where we get the Moon Ward and Radiant set. So it's not Tombstone. It's Hunt Gear. Ooh. I kind of like the fact that it opens into a star. I kind of like that. Eh. Yeah, this basically makes you look like the Warrior of Light. I already have an armor set that does that. From the veteran rewards. That I don't hate though. Looking like Edge. Got some nice breastplatey action going on. With a cloak. Yeah, I don't hate that. I actually quite like that chest piece. Although that's not even rogue. That's that was monk. Much the same as... I mean, if anything, that makes me look more like Cecil. More like the Dark Knight style. Okay, that makes sense. It's basically the same set for scouting. Could have guessed. I like the scar. I like the scar. I cannot change the color of the sky. This is important. It's glam. It's endgame. I think I already have that, and I definitely already have that. Okay, yeah, this is looking like Rydia, which will be even more obvious on the casting set. Yeah, because it's green. I already have the gloves and the trousers, I believe. The boots aren't really anything special, so it's just whether or not I want this chest piece. Probably not bothered, to be honest. What about Radiant set? Ooh. I mean, this is just going to make me look like the guards that we've been seeing. Ooh, okay, no, I actually kind of like great sword. That's pretty nice. Gunblade's also not bad. That's meh. That's what I currently have on my Reaper. That's not bad. Oh, I don't like the daggers. Yeah, the daggers, no. Yeah, the chakram aren't bad. Again, I've got some of this. I like that it gives you an aura style tail. I mean, it's really not a bad armor set. Like, they're pretty cool. Losing me a bit on that one. I like the sort of gold and black on that is nice. I actually quite like that. Chest piece. Ooh. That's interesting though. As soon as you dye anything else, you lose the gold. That's odd. The good thing that I kind of like the colors as it comes, then I guess. What does the casting look like? I mean, there's not really much point in me looking at the books or Black Mage. That's not a bad rapier, it's just not a good one. The Milprees. Kind of bat. Yeah. There'll be tiny dragons. There'll be tiny dragons. I don't hate it. I don't love it. Give me the wings. Where do I find? That's where I find. Oh, yes. Yes. I mean, it fits. It fits so good. Yeah, people might say some stuff about the demon that's running around Old Sharlayan, but it's fine. It's fine. Probably should have turned the quest in, but instead of heading toward the other one. Hold on. It's because it doesn't show us in green here. That it is, yeah. To get to the bedroom, I go the other one. Garuda? Yeah, that's Garuda. What's that map? They look like Sky Islands? That's the world map. Ooh. Ooh. Is that Aziz La up at the top? Wait. Oh wait, no, that might be Saint Koinex. In Mordona. Although it looks kind of like the ancient village from Final Fantasy VII. Those are Eureka. Which would make sense given that this is the students of Baldessian. Yeah, that's legitimately the same artwork. That's a Eureka fragment. That's a part of the world map. Ping Moggle Mog. Dravania? I want to say Dravania. Cool. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavner, we're back in chilly Sharlayan. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, your investigation here remains, but when that's over, we can take stock of all the developments and discoveries. There's a... Oh. Can I use the script exchange? No. It's fine. I can buy Archon Loaf, though. Yay. Hello, Kryl. Don't mind me, I'm just a demon. My directions are easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of the Numenon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building's actually only an entrance, and one of many at that. The archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface, like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Gooble Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Y'shtola and Rana to... Raha, not Rana, and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alizé and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues you're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading! Ugh. I've got like a cut or maybe even an ulcer or some shit, but like right behind my back molar against my cheek. So it hurts to open my mouth any considerable amount. And it appears that talking, because I've been talking the most that I've spoken all day while streaming, it seems that that does it too. that hurts. Oh. The title on the spine reads The Story of Sharlayan. Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a Rogadan man by the name of Nunkrep. Nunkrep was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people toward the ocean. It was there, however, that Nunkref's crew hauled them aboard his ark. The danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only a moment to spare, Nunkrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abelathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nunkrep gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers, and abandoned the ark to these reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. Roads of Old, the Colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th astral era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students, hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent feature of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum or cover the history of the Sharlayan motherland in great detail. Automatons. An introduction to the heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which governed that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn the stars drift further and further apart and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. It's still interesting. Forever 20 Summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, etherological, and arcane viewpoint. Stewards of Wisdom, this sounds like the right topic. During the chaos of the 6th Umbral Calamity, Archon Yunkrep, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the Northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their saviour, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading, with knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. Have I not read all of them now? Oh, I guess I didn't do the leather-bound one. I didn't see it. The Voice of a Growing City. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, But in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum, as we know it today, conceived and created. You've gained a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundation of the Forum. I wonder how they'll react to a demon. Oh, I don't have my wings. Damn it. Sorry, were you waiting long? I still look cool, though. I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kral should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final days specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they're even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quick as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside, but it's not about the little it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family? Or do they not live here in the city? Well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilzabad, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Korvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnair. The Allegans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Makote to serve as labourers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Korvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allegan technology from being misused. Isn't Korvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amonis. Oh. Because we've done the Reaper questline up to level 80. Well, no, in fact, just we've done the questline. I don't think there's any more after 80. Yeah, okay. I mean, that would make sense, given that the Allegans and the Garleans were both empires established by Emmett Selk. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. Nael Van Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allegan civilization, and so my the tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favour of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the elegant eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Alag. As the last child born with the elegant eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. Never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louis Soir, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, the quality of having a ready insight into things, otherwise known as rudeness. We outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. It is exactly why I have such a love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books. More company should be arriving any moment now. Thank you for the resub thrill. 66 months. Jesus Christ. Stuff now things. Yes. Agreed. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kral has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Ormerod firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first. What kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? A complete destabilization of creation magics, I believe is. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmised that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians? Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Alphino, you can answer this one. No, they say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Yes, the Amoratines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarot was spared. The ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of the Numenon's mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned Zodiac. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set right. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telephoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with these towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Jesus. So much reading. Who would have thought I'd be reading loads when we've gone to a library? I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Garoon oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, the tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that my colleagues, be they archons or counsellors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet, when you confronted Master Fortunault with knowledge of the Telephoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behaviour, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. You labour for what feels like an age as Y'shtola's research assistant. Oh dear, you look exhausted. What about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subject I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Ready for a tea break? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbour, don't you? Come meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cap has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telephoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alizé is now accompanying me. Pirondier. Or Pirondier. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telephoroi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear and... Wait, you're that House Levialure girl, aren't you? And this woman with you's obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims. And here you are giving truth to the rumour. I'll thank you to leave me be. I have naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologise. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ons of civility from one so enlightened. Come after. Yes? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telephoroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levialure! My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortunault that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Well, at least she was polite about it. Stick on! Stick on what? Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alizé I see there? My word, how long it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the last stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright back at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levialure. No matter how discreet Master Fortunault may have been, news of your family's doings never stay secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find. Information on this apocalypse. Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. Maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, ain't you? And few will know your face. We should be happy to pass you off as a server, with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelets for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisela. She's sitting at the outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Makote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Okay, so tea set to the, but what I haven't been given anything. Oh, okay. The chatty ones. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Telefer who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd happily talk your ear off. Gisela wanted the omelette. Ah, finally! 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in, no time to waste! What? The Teleferoi? Ah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When all these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood. Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Urbane banter with a smile. The oven-baked lobster. At last, the oven-baked lobster's mine. You've no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. Must be a busy time to be a gleaner. Eh? You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of sorts. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, so on. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning's a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Teleferoi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbour and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the Gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
A lot of shit.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
Eh? What's that?
A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait, didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Makes sense. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to the Numenon and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. So is Labyrinthos... I mean, given that it sounds like Labyrinth, and that they've said that they have live specimens down there, Labyrinthos is probably going to be either a region or a dungeon. But I have a feeling that it's probably going to be a region. Because otherwise, where the fuck are we going to go from Sharlayan? Because, like, thinking about Stormblood, you go from Rauga's Reach to get to, like, all of the Girabanian areas, and you go from Kugane to get to all of the far eastern Hingashi and Otard ones. So I'm imagining there's probably going to be something similar here, because we've got Razet Han and Sharlayan. There'll be two different sets of regions, but I have no idea. Oh, well, that probably answers it, doesn't it? Oh yeah, Labyrinthos. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it! I was trying to see the world map to see where Charlian was, to see how much stuff was around it. But that works too. Welcome back, After. Been for a walk and cleared your mind, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats. But as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner activity and in cargo certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Y'shtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what After and Alizé learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlians know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are somehow certain the destruction being perpetrated by the Telephoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it's a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Anything would be better than burying my head in another dusty book. I understand not everyone's the studious type. Consider this a welcome change of pace, then. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here. You may find the path a bit disorientating. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow Alizé and try not to... Okay. Off we go then. Oh dear God, alright. It's pleasant here among the trees. We really should move along. Aye. What button is it? Now we run. I'm still running faster than you, and I'm not using sprint. Keep to the path straight ahead. I can't follow. We cross this bridge. Oh, to be fair, I am jogging. Up here. Which isn't a thing that existed. I'm still faster, but slightly less faster. The Rostra. Not far now. Oh. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. What an odd spot to have a chocobo cube. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go. Oh, an artificial sun.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
That looks
In
like
any
a fan.
age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma.
Ah.
It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
That bunny
Aye, judging by
looks
their
like
dress.
they're significant.
They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today.
Pretty sure I've seen him in some Dawn Trail
It may be as you
stuff.
suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
You okay? You a little sleepy?
Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
I like the way this area looks. I mean, given that it's artificial, are there weather conditions here? Dobbin. You want to know what I'm doing? All in books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs all in, I all it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos, you know? You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Let me think. The rear seed should be item 1058. Cumin seeds 1059. Snurgleberry 1060. Were they 161? My head feels like it's stuffed with mocha grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthan carrots for the Girabanian carrots? What then? Ehrenvar. You here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Oh yeah, because this is an actual region. Any luck? What tales did the gleaners have to tell? So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. How would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing? We were right. The forum's definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. We would do well to learn more of what, specifically, the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who's tasked them to do it. If you're game, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you mentioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps, if you were to help them capture said creatures, you might be inclined toward a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I'll turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! You wish to help me find the marmots? I've nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. Name's Ehrenval, friend. Specialist in the collection of live specimen. That said, the capture of these Nankshan marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present. So there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot. Or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part is all yours. Good luck. Oh. That's a big boy. Oh, it's a troll. Of course it is. I mean, they do look like a fucking Gruppalo. Chirp! Chirp, chirp! Chirp, 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 chirp! Chirp, squeak! Barely have you readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Get back here! Oh, hey, I see the etherite. A hunting troll. Whee! It fucked off. The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. This little fucker. Ah, but I spy some Echiavore. Oh, this is a level 81. No wonder I'm not doing much damage. Get out here, Frey. Give me a fucking hand. likely have to use Living Dead if I'm not careful. Or I can do that. And that might help. Alright, if I kill these two, that should be it, I think. Never mind, that was it. I'm not sure that was worth it. Oh, this troll's gonna aggro, isn't it? Yep. I mean, I had to come up here, right? I mean, I did. For the ether current. Where the fuck? Is there a cave? That I didn't notice? I didn't think that was a cave. I'm not somehow missed it. Have I? Ah, I did. Okay. I wasn't looking for a combat zone. I was just looking for this. Quickly! More prepared for its speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. I'm gonna grab this etherite whilst I'm here, though. Hatching Canal does not... That doesn't sound like somewhere I want to be. Sounds like a medical term. Ushitabi. Take me there. For you are quicker than I. Like, this area kind of looks like Limsa. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into their habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity. The same officials who've had us working day and night of late. The honourable members of the Forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum's planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, after. Is this the Gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Kryle of the Students of Baldessian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hoped that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls, other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend here? So, we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners Guildship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telephoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travellers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making, but they were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telephoroi's declaration was what set it all in motion? It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to Archeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Kryle, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. This sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We follow the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse. Or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Alternatively, fuck you. Let it grow. Oh god, it's a mud pie. Nivalis. This is going to take a little minute. But otherwise, this isn't going badly. I'm not dead, and it's not doing a lot of damage. It's just taking a little while to die. Wait, I'm an idiot. There's a way that I could have been speeding this up. Motherfucker. That's not even a Dark Knight thing. That's just a remembering how to play the game thing. See how much quicker that is? Or at least how it feels? There we go. Yeah. How am I doing for bicolor? Oh, I am nearly maxed. Huh. Okay. I need to unlock more gemstone stores, apparently. Although there should be one here. Although I won't have unlocked Dead Fates, will I? Oh no, I have. Ah, okay. And in fact, you are the gemstone trader, but I can't interact with you. Fuck you. Although I might be able to interact with you literally in 2 seconds after I complete this quest. Okay, it's more than 2 seconds. Behold, the Archeon. As Numenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building, you see, is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Yes, I can now interact with it. Okay. Hello. Yeah, I can't get shit from you just yet. But that's fine. Maybe I should do some fates. Just in order to get to level 2. So that I can spend some stuff. Pretty much. Samantha seed. Who is Samantha and what are her seedlings doing? There's a very real chance I could die. Thank you for taking the apple. Let's not try to do this. I'm too squishy. Maybe once I've built up enough stacks of holy and white. Alright, I just need to do 3 more. I don't remember at what point you get mount speed up. It might be the next level above this one. I might not be able to get down there. It doesn't look like I can. Okay? Or at least not from where I am right now. Alright, I will add this to the list of shared fates that I need to do, because I'm working my way through the Tempest at the minute. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization effort are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we'd better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please, come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it will be too late. We were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? Students of Baldessian. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. 'Tis likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering about around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Honest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. Around Tranquility. Where is that? What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a Gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be heading down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Is it going to be Ehrenvile with his marmot? Not a euphemism, I assure you. Well, it is Ehrenvile. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The Cloudkin I need to capture is close. Very close. Huh? You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Okay. Time to snipe a bird. To the hornbill. I mean, you're the only one that goes core. Unless it's the green one. Oh, it's a green bird that goes core. Okay. I feel like I'm playing Monster Hunter again and I've just captured it. It does kind of look like a Yankutku, slightly.
A fair shot.
Huh?
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
What kind of accent is that? It's very, very vaguely Dutch.
There you are. Any new revelations?
So you met with that Gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a Gleaner's duties.
It's some sort of Scandi.
Not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers hand-picked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
So you're telling me if they were studying the final
Those
days,
who are,
that's where it would
the
be?
researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations.
A worthwhile pursuit.
Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
And we're samples then?
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
His voice is giving... It's almost
Well,
uncanny
turning back
valley
is hardly an
vibes.
option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Like, it doesn't quite seem natural. I don't know why. I don't know if it's someone that's talking in a way that just isn't normal for them, or if it's them doing an accent that they don't normally do. But there's bits of it that almost sound like it was generated from AI. But I've not exactly... Friend Jess, thank you for the raid. For the glory of the lunar flares. What the heck? Hello, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hi, Reuben. How's everyone doing tonight? Oh, you guys are on Phantom as well?
Why are you following me?
Whoopsie whoopsie. Thank you for the follow. Did you mean to do that? Because maybe it's just... The name makes it seem like that was an accident. Good evening. Oh. This must be it. The entrance to the mineshaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we'll need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue.
Why are you following me?
Thank you for the follow as well, Franges. So, if I'm Afterburn 1000, and you're Franges 2000, do I need to wonder if 3000 is going to be joining us? Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, that could have so many meanings. Then I say we head on in. Given the train ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Where's Tony Stark? Oh, I love you, 3000. Sad. Yeah. Hello, folks. I'm guessing that you've probably just been playing Final Fantasy yourself. What am I going to have to fight? What am I going to have to fight? You're in Shadowbringers. I am... This is only the second session that we've been in Endwalker. I started this character back in... not this February. Last February last year. And yeah, it's taking a while because I'm streaming other stuff. I'm like doing an expansion, taking a break, playing some other games, and then coming back and doing the expansions and stuff. But also I'm doing every class, every relic, every extreme. Yeah. A Realm Reborn relics. Took a very long time. This is your first ever game? First ever like Final Fantasy? First ever MMO? Or first ever game in general? Ever game? Well, I would argue that you picked a good game with a lot of content, but also you may spoil yourself. There is a lot of stuff, but also like the fact that you can change between the classes and stuff whenever you want could spoil you for a lot of other MMOs if you ever wanted to try other stuff. You spend most of your time confused. I mean, that's just life, isn't it? I feel like I've spent all of my life confused. But then again, I am also a massive Kingdom Hearts fan. And the lore for that is incredibly confusing. Yet I can make sense of some of it. So maybe I'm not as confused as I'm trying to make myself out at. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Final Fantasy. Most Square Enix games, to be honest, I really enjoy. I'm also a masochist that loves From Software and Dark Souls and stuff like that. So, yeah. I've been around the block when it comes to games, and I've been streaming for about 10 and a half years now. So yeah, welcome. I can't promise that it's those 10 and a half years have meant that this is any good, like me. But at the very least, I feel like the quality of the stream is decent. Right? Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And, as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Erenval's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. It seems good to you. Hashtag needy. No, I don't know what you could possibly mean. I'm not desperate for validation. No! No! Perish the thought. Stray Corrigan. Stray egg. Stray tomato. I'm noticing a theme here. Stray onion. Stray mandragora. Or stray mandragora. Farm. Grapes. Yeah, grapes that look like they're already in the shape of a wine glass. Aha! Now I know where we are. This is Merial Agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora, foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts. Yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues. Jepke. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? The mine shaft? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us filling order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literally wagon loads of crop samples, hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganisation, I assumed we'd be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we'd already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation, and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Kaboom. Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock's sent off via the cargo lift. Some's been earmarked for aerial transport, hence the stacks of crates atop that hill over there. God, hauling that lot up that slope was a job and a half. Wait, no, they were over here. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one's a variety of grape. They come together into these weird cluster shapes that don't look like grapes at all. They're more like an elongated loganberry. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modelled, a region in the south of Ilsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amunus. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. I will murder you. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. And what looks like silent princess flowers.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Oh.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true.
So the mood ring of flowers.
This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides.
Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration.
Understandable.
As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Thanks, friend. I didn't even get your name. Must have been Basil Exposition.
Have you learned aught of interest?
Learned about these flowers. Yeah, these ones.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Kryl looks like she's mesmerized.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
Big door?
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaeum? Look,
Big
there.
stretch.
I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
To whom?
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Kryl is just full-on hypnotized by flowers.
Kryl?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Galuf? It would either be Galuf or Minfilia, maybe? Is Kral still unwell? Never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Erenville's headed westward along the path outside the Archeon. Come, we can still catch him. Whoop. God. I've really not been... Yeah. I've really not been keeping an eye out for those. I've also not had any quests to give ether currency yet. Hold a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. Aye, if I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. Even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Motherfucker! Goodness! Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not. It'll wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment, not the incantation. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you're essentially defenseless. You've changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. I don't know why, but that really... Yes. Alpha Toad and Alley Toad. A lot of very wet slaps. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he's telling you this is the wrong way. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Alpha Toad turns to face the north. Perhaps she's suggesting you cross the bridge. Wait, this lasts for 30 minutes. Jeez. Wait, what? There's another... And a... What? Hello? Were you also transmogrified?
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Yeah, you do good at your job, you get more job.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
He knows.
If you mean to
every
impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
You're here just lurking. That's absolutely fine, Fran. Erinville, my boy. Hey, Roxas. How you doing? Clearly, well, I assume, a lover of Kingdom Hearts. Welcome. You will find like-minded people here. I suppose we should have known a Gleaner would specialize in animal procurement. Would not be so easily deceived. But he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action, and the Teleforoy's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos. Not to mention, ignore Eorzea's request for aid. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum in the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Kral for the moment, see what they think of this. So, I think we're nearly done with this branch of the quest line, and it's probably going to be when we are done with it and we return to the Baldessian Annex that I will have to call it for today, because it's getting close to midnight, and unfortunately I have work tomorrow. I was hoping that we could get to the first dungeon today, but there has been a lot of talking and a lot of reading. And my face hurts. Whee! I do love that it actually interacts with when you shoot people and stuff. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville then. Interesting. I had a feeling you'd learned something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kral, then discuss how we would like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she's decided to wander. So the flowers are kind of have an echo-like effect in that they react to... I mean, it was a group of emotions, so I suppose it's more like the overall atmosphere or the zeitgeist of an area, as opposed to just someone's next to it and gets angry and it turns red or some shit. I will murder your entire bloodline. And yours. I'll do it. There'll be no witnesses. Hey, Kral. Excuse me for a moment. So who are you trying to reach out to? Okay. He just told us they don't really reproduce.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Who? Eidolon?
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Eidolon. I thought she could manifest without needing a vessel.
Thank you.
Oh, I suppose it takes a lot of strain to do that, so this is still easier.
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Menphilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will.
Who else did you bring over from the first?
That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked. But at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
Yeah, thank you for letting me talk to Crystal Mommy.
You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Uh-oh. Daddy.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge. But the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
He's a bit of a cunt, isn't he? I mean, we already knew that, but he's not doing anything to redeem himself. Wow them with your Crystal Exarch knowledge. Do it. We have so much knowledge from Shadowbringers.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together.
Thank you very much for coming by, Fran. Thank you for the raid as well.
I
Have a
trust
good
your
night.
time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
Oh,
You
damn!
have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
One of the rare times we see her without her hood up.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility.
Barnier looks like he's taking
I
a
also
massive
discovered a
shit.
fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes, we are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
Very true.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Okay. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedoms so sorely curtailed, however, who will struggle to learn more of substance here in Sharlayan. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes. That's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about their duty. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may, his father's work's so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Alphino? Alize? It is you! When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Emiliance Leveleur, at your service. And you fine people must be the scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please. We don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fornisholt, or Forthinol, are not on the best of terms at the moment. But I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? Have gifts waiting? The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go. Visit your home. We'll be back at the Annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... What do you think? After? The Afterburn? A splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea. I insist that you join us. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. After, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her, any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. That was adorable. Their mum is cute. I like her so far. I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you after? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on a visit home? Fine. If we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. However not. Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. I mean, never mind. The Levielor estate's that way. Straight down the stairs. Come on. As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for our fathers to come home from work. Must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railings to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. And Alize and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. Now look at us, travelling to different continents, different worlds even. Ah, yes. This is where I first practiced magic on an actual person. Alize had fallen, you see, and scraped her knee quite badly. So I tried casting the simple restorative spell I'd only just learned. How she smiled when the wound closed. The joy and relief. That was, I believe, the very moment I chose the healing arts as the main subject of my studies. We used to come here all the time with grandfather. In summer, I would dip my hands and feet in the fountain and splash about. Not Alphino, though. Even back then, he wasn't very fond of playing in water. He'd make any excuse to avoid it. Which would explain how I came to swim like an orc, and he sink like a stone. And here you are at last. Please, do come in.
Welcome home, my lady.
Fancy.
What? What are you gawping at?
House Leviula in all its grandeur. Zion headquarters must seem squalid indeed. Just admiring the craftsmanship. Zion headquarters must seem squalid indeed.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Are they going to get new outfits?
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
Oh no, it's just me and Mumsy.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience.
Good.
But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. It is plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas,
these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
How much do you know about when we went to a different world?
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Slight issue with that.
Naturally.
That's a
You are
playsuit.
hardly little children anymore.
Or a romper.
And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become.
So if she needs to go to the toilet, she has to strip off entirely.
See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
I mean, that looks like the sage that we fought in the sage job quest.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Yeah, and that'll be why. Those are cool looking ones.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Don't tell him.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
I like her.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
She's a good mom. But does this mean no more carbuncles? I'm gonna miss like the obsidian, moonstone, and whatever the fuck other carbuncles Alphino would summon. Although it is about time that he had an updated job, because I think he's the only one of the original Scions that hasn't had an updated job, because Alizé obviously got Red Mage, Urianger, Astrologian, Bankred, Gunbreaker. Ida and Papalimo didn't really get a chance. Y'shtola changed into a Black Mage, whereas before she was a Conjurer, I believe. And I know that one of the newer Scions becomes a Pictomancer in Dawntrail. Estinian probably can't change class, given how integral it is to his entire character that he is the Azure Dragoon. But I could see, when it comes to the next expansion, Y'shtola could get updated. But it would have to be a caster. I still wish I could see Tataru as a machinist. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Okay, in that case, this is going to be the end of that branch of the quest line. Which works out nicely. Enjoyed your time with the Levieurs, I hope? I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once we've heard your report from Thavnir, we'll be well equipped to plot out our next move. Cool. But that is going to be where I call it for today, because it is 25 past midnight. And I have work. But we should be back tomorrow evening with more. And I imagine that we'll be going into the tower quite soon. Ooh. Gold. Gold. But more importantly, level 100. Nice. Currently my only way of getting level 100 gear, aside from buying it off the market hall. Cool. But yeah, we'll hopefully get the first dungeon of Endwalker, and maybe get more stuff to like unlock light, so that I can do some shared fates. I want to try and avoid. I really need to finish shared fates in Shadowbringers, but I want to try and avoid being left with a massive pile of them to do at the end. I'd rather do them a little bit more as I unlock flight in the areas, I think. But for the time being, I have more than enough grinding in boss yet to do. And I need to grind the things from Zadnor now that we've unlocked the third region, so that we can unlock the final stage and I can start doing just shit tons of Delibrum. But yeah, thank you very, very much for watching, and I will see you next time. Have a good one. Later.